few seconds.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. It's the regular board meeting, August 16, 2023, 5 p.m. here at the SOC campus, 5 p.m. closed session, 7 p.m. session. We also have two teleconference locations, the Saddleback Valley campus and the middle school campus at 2282 on Driveway Forest, California, 926. Public comment opportunities. Members of the public may make comments at regular meetings of the board of directors regarding closed session items, agenda items, and non-agenda items. Comments may be made in person or via Zoom teleconference. Please turn in a comment card to the board secretary, Amy Smith. Requests or comments can also be submitted via electronic submission or email. Submissions must be received prior to the start of the applicable community time. Members of the public wish to email comments to be read out during the meeting. Please email them to takecommand@opaschools.org by 7 p.m. on August 16, 2023. Public comments, including email comments, will be limited to 3 minutes per comment, with up to 10 minutes public comment per topic on the agenda. Reasonable accommodation with at least 48 hours notice. Any individual with disability requires reasonable accommodation to participate in the board of directors meeting and request assistance by contacting Geraldine Aguirre, AGUIRRE at opaschools.org or 949-600-905. The video and audio records of this meeting will be posted on the OPA website approximately 24 to 48 hours after the meeting. The public may attend the board meeting in person or via the following Zoom webinar, meeting ID 320-324-6235. And I will call the meeting into order. Meeting called into order at 5:02 p.m. And number 2, community input on closed session agenda items. Members of the public may comment on items listed on the closed session agenda only. I will read out the agenda for the closed session items in a second. Item number A, conference with real property negotiators, government code 5495.6, 56.8. Negotiators Amy and David Barley, OPA middle school side, negotiation with SPUSD. And then item number B, public employee performance evaluation, executive director, government code 54957. Do we have any community input on closed session agenda items? Okay, then we will go into closed session at 5:03. We expect to be back at Saturday. Thank you, everyone. We forgot to take roll call, so we do item number 1 call to order. Roll call. Member Agarwal.
Present.
Member Jackson's not here yet. Member Toulouse is here. Member Smith.
Present.
And Member Travis.
Present.
And we also take a vote to approve the agenda for the regular meeting with Oxford Academy Board of Directors on August 16, 2023. Second, the Board of Directors approved the agenda for the regular meeting with Oxford Academy Board of Directors on August 16, 2023. May I have a motion, please? Thank you, everyone.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Now we will go into this. minutes late, try our best to follow this quickly. As we reconvene to open session at 7:17 p.m. There's no report out from our session. We will go to flag salute. I believe you have Josh from the next one.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Josh. Okay. We will go to item number 6, community input on agendized items. Public and comment on items so we then include the consent calendar, presentation, discussion, committee, and action items. Do we have any community input on agendized items?
We do not.
Okay, we will go to item number 7, items for consent. There are several items for consent, so I'm going to read them out. Item number 8, minutes of the regular meeting of the OPA Board of Directors in July 19, 2023. The Oxford Federal Academy Personnel Report. The 2023-24 Program Service Agreement between OPA and Boys and Girls Club of Putnam Beach. The agreement between OPA and Cali Institute for the 6th grade field trip. The agreement between OPA and the Emerald Bay Outdoor Academy for the 7th grade Cali trip. The agreement between OPA and the Irvine Branch Outdoor Education Center for the 5th grade field trip. The master contract with Speech and Language Development Center to provide special education services for the 23-24 school year. May I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve the consent items A through G.
Thank you, Ruben.
Questions for what?
Yeah, once you get a second. Please, second. Thank you, Ruben. Any discussion?
Yes. The Cali Institute, so it says 159 students for the 6th grade, and the payment is due on 8/30. So how do we know what our numbers are? Are we assuming that everyone is going to be going, or how's that?
I believe we put out an interest form for the middle school already over the summer to the 6th grade families to see who was interested in going.
And so my other question, I don't
Yeah.
want to interrupt you, but if you have anything else to add.
There are some funds being raised through entry, and all students except for maybe 20 said they were not going. So that was just the beginning. That was just the entrance.
Or said they were going.
We're going. Sorry, I'm sorry. They are going.
I apologize.
So that's very few students that said that they're not participating for those types of events.
So are those because of economic reasons or anything like that? Because I saw we got 6 scholarships.
Yes.
So how are those being applied?
So if a family reaches out to us via email or phone call, and they're talking with Angie, our vice principal, and if they express any hardship or let us know that they could possibly need a scholarship, and Angie is reaching out to them, and then also reaching out to Pally to cover their costs.
And we let the 6th grade families know both at Meet Your Professor as well as through email and at actually Meet Your Professor and through email that if they needed any assistance to reach out to donor Angie to be able to, and then they would work with the families. And we also let them know that if you needed to pay over time, that we would be able to set that up and
But currently, we don't have 6 people who need assistance.
I wouldn't know an exact number. I would have to follow up with Mrs. White. However, I don't believe we've used all 6 yet. And they have told us that if we require more, we can.
So what happens if we don't use 6? What happens to those extras? They just.
They're just not charged to us on the bill.
Yeah.
They're just students that we don't charge.
So what happens to parents who pay for? So we're gonna get billed for 156 people. We have 6 scholarships, but we don't use any scholarships. We're gonna apply those scholarships to the 156.
we won't get a refund for the additional scholarship.
So our payment
is
due on 8/30 is what it is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Then we made it clear it's a school sanctioned trip, so if they can't afford it.
Yes, we told them multiple.
As long as that's been clear,
times.
then then would you be able to add more if the other 21 account, they can add later?
Yeah, we can add later, we just can't go under the number that we.
And then we committed to it as a
We
school.
have to
that's
pay
okay.
for that many
That's okay.
regardless. Because we committed to that.
Those are plans and money.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions about the items of consent? Okay, all those in favor? Excellent. Thank you. I'm gonna, item number 8, items of presentation. So after the open middle school board.
Oh,
We're all in this together. Yeah, no, I don't want that. It's great to see everyone this evening. I will tell you that it has been a whirlwind. And there's so much I could talk about, but I'm not going to talk a great deal because I have two much better representatives with me tonight. But I did want to show you a few pictures and just briefly mention some things. There are the votes. All right, now we'll try. Of course, on August 11th, we had our ribbon cutting and we placed our time capsule. And it was a great event. We had representation from Orange County Department of Education. We had city representation. Mr. Pequeno was out there. I actually saw him this morning as he was walking our route, checking in on us. Overall, it was fantastic. Mr. Savalos brought band members who had not even had an opportunity really to practice yet, pulled them together. They sounded great. We had our cheerleaders there. It was a small but mighty celebration. And it was fun to see the kids actually get to shovel dirt in on the time capsule and really start us on our way. We've got a couple of pictures of them up here. I believe that's Dr. Kern on the left.
And there is actually lots of people in the audience. Yeah. It's very hot and they were under awnings on the sides. It was not just me talking to an empty. We are. Also, I'm really. And everyone was off to the side, was shady, in the very back.
And that's actually Josh and Julia.
Yeah.
A couple more pictures. Two of our office staff there on the right were enjoying the time. And of course, we had our board out there and some of our dignitaries. All told, it was a great experience. Day one, you wonder what's it going to be like? How's it going to turn out? I will tell you it was fantastic. It was fantastic for two reasons, more than anything else. Kids, and staff. And it was busy, it was high energy, and we got everyone where they were supposed to be going very quickly. Thanks also in part to our parents who followed the traffic flow for the most part, even though there was some navigation obstacles in the neighborhood, it all went really well. A couple more pictures from yesterday and today. And I should mention, Rise, if you have not been receiving our newsletter or information, our PBIS model at middle school is RISE. And it's an acronym for respect, integrity, scholarship, and empathy. And we will be living those values on campus. With me tonight, I have Joshua Nell, our co-president of ASB, and Julia Berardino, our activities director, and they are awesome. And I told them to say whatever you want about the start of school beginning, so I'm as excited as we're to do it. The first 2 days of school have been a lot less chaotic than I thought they were. I originally thought they would be because before we merged into a single school, there was a bit of a rivalry between SK and SOC. And I heard a lot of worry from my friends and peers that maybe SOC would like bully them and stuff. But when we got to the first day of school, nothing really happened. It was just like, it was just like, being in school with a bunch of new kids.
You say that because you're at SOC now, or?
No, we had middle school, not either one.
Yeah, so I'm really, yes. And everything, actually, things felt like they're moving a lot, like more smoothly at this school than at the last one. So I guess that's good. And I guess that's all I have to say.
The first day, I will say, as Joshua had illustrated, it was a game. But as we went through it, I realized that there was a lot more dedication to the school's development, and there was organization and fun. And I am really excited to start off the year with that kind of energy. And I think a lot of kids can feel it, and we see it, and we're all really excited to start off in middle school with that kind of representation and values. I would also like to say that the SOC rivalry, SOC and SB, we're slowly building the camaraderie together. And I'm really excited to be surrounding myself with new people there too. And I've learned that it can be fun, from rivals to friends. Thank you.
Last thing I'll say, unless you have questions, is that I've been popping in and out of ASB a little bit just to say hello and let the kids know that we're there for them. They need anything, they have ideas. The focus this year obviously is going to be academic achievement, as it always is with OPA. We want to have some fun. So we're going to be working closely with these kids, and they're fantastic students. So that's all we have.
What's the plan for ASB? So what you say we're working on, what I know that achievement that are there certain goals for ASB.
Absolutely, they're going to help us build culture. We're taking the OPA traditions, the long-standing OPA traditions that the middle school will be continuing those. The ones that feel a little bit like they were with younger kids, will be working with ASB and the student body as a whole to help us shape new traditions. So, for example, we will have a literature day. It may look a little bit different for some schools.
I know, like for me, I'd love to see us time and effort in all the see students so that they're going outside of our school. So whatever we do to support their development.
I think probably the biggest thing we can do is to support Mr. Chandler, our ASB director, which is the opportunity.
And Mr. Berkeley also set up a time where Mr. Chandler was able to meet with a really amazing veteran ASB director, and they spent a whole day together in the summertime, really kind of coming up with some great ASB ideas for ASB activities. And somebody who's been doing it for years and years and years.
Actually, it's at the state level.
Yeah.
For ASB.
Yeah. So Mr. Chandler can reach out to him, and they spent the day together, and so he has a really great mentor now, who has been doing ASB. Yeah. Mr. Berkeley was able to hook that up for him, so that's a great opportunity.
I have three questions.
Yes.
One, did that lunch ever happen? The lunch at college?
Oh,
Oh, yes, we had the, you mean for the mascot?
Yeah.
Yeah. We had the
You said you were
mascot
invited
lunch.
too, so, so that, yeah, that's good. Okay.
We did.
Second question, my favorite question, honor society, like how far along are we with honor society? How are we doing there?
We have volunteers who have stepped up, but we do not have the three chief officers. We still need a president, vice president, and a finance officer. When we do our coffee with the chancellor coming up in the next few weeks, I will be eager. But I think we have some people that will step up.
Because I was under the impression that the honor society can open bank accounts and so on without that, so if you need any help from, there are several board members here who are parents or ex-parents in middle school kids, and so they may be able to get some answers.
That'd be great. That'd be
We're
great.
volunteering.
yes.
And the third question, this one, sorry, all of it. We had a vision for the infrastructure in middle school. I know the parking lot is something we have to work on. What other big ticket items can the middle school champions expect and sort of rough time? I mean, I know one of the things was lockers, so like, do you have a sense on, have you communicated with them? Do you feel, is it a month away? We understand supply chain and so on, but
We have communicated in several meetings that lockers are expected in 2 weeks. All that. The locks have arrived, so we have that part, okay, as of today. Okay, so it's all prepared, and it'll take some time for them to do it. So next week, that kind of thing, but it's super exciting.
and then anything else
And then
that
we have the shade structures, we have some temporary shade structures for the lunch tables, so we kids have shade, but we are waiting for South Black Valley
Sure.
is working on getting the permits and the permanent shade structures, so those will be coming as well. But we do have enough temporary shade for the lunches, for the kids to be able to have lunches. And pretty much most of the major things were able to be put in place before school started.
I'll share another one that I think is a big deal, and I know this because Mr. Farley and I co-presented at the professor for all the parents, that in the outer field, there is a baseball diamond structure there that will be removed so that our sports fields for competitive sports teams, they'll have a great field, so that's in process as well. So it's one of our fields, you're welcome.
Yeah, maybe like when you send out an update to the parents, maybe it's send it out as what to expect, people can do excited because this is an exciting time for them. But they probably wondering what or what's coming next. Yeah, what's coming next. I mean,
And today would be great.
good.
Sharp out. The long,
That'll be something we'll have to do.
That's why we have the empathy. That is temporary. To replay it out.
So parents know that that's not.
We've said that in multiple.
Okay, because I've been hearing, they don't know, so.
Yeah, we've said it.
I think at a town hall, I also mentioned that talking about very time for this time. We just have to plan ahead right now, make sure can we get it done by this.
And we've added, they restriped the South Black Valley parking lot so that we added an additional 24 spaces. And so and then with some additional, as the way that the traffic flow goes, some additional parking around the school that doesn't, that actually helps the traffic flow. We have enough parking for all of our staff.
And all indications are that the traffic concerns that the neighborhood brought up, it's not, touch wood, not as bad as we are all anticipated. I'm sure there's like growing pains, but generally.
It actually, just as sort of a comparison, normally our pickup and drop off is about 15-20 minutes. Last year it was for our 2 elementary school sites. On the first day of school, it was 15 minutes or less at each one of our school sites. And so, and it's been improving since then. So it is no worse than it was last year or any other year. And is actually because even at SOC, because traffic has been the word of the day for, a couple of months, we've been really looking at how to improve our traffic all the way around at all of our sites. And so I think we put a lot of different things in place that has actually improved traffic overall between all three of our sites. And we'll continue to kind of monitor and try to make increased improvements. We get it down around 10 minutes.
Frankly, we were pleasantly surprised. And it improved it as well. So we're on the right track, and it takes the entire community to make that happen. Everybody.
Police officers, we have, Mr. Tran, who is in charge of traffic for Lake Forest, Mr. Pequeño, of Lake Forest City Councilman. They've been amazing at just helping us to get the word out, to come up with ideas, to improve traffic, to work with the city, to get the sheriff's department, to have people out there monitoring, making sure that people are staying safe, working with us on hopefully future improvements of maybe adding some crossing guards or crosswalks. So they've been incredibly supportive and helpful and responsive to us. So it's been really, the city of Lake Forest has been really wonderful working with us.
Dr. Khanna, I would particularly be interested in getting feedback from parents who have children in SOC and in the middle school. I know that was going to be a pain point because they have to do two different drop-offs. So as you hear that feedback, I'd love to hear it, and then we can work as a group to say, there's not much we can do about it. I mean, if they were in an SPUSD, they would have to send it, right? So it's not much, it's not any worse than it was, but it would be better if they had remained in SOC. So I would love to hear what kind of feedback you're hearing, how people are addressing it. Maybe you can share some.
If I can share one piece of that, at Peak Professor, when we did the parent meetings, I had a conversation with a family that was at SOC, so making the drive. And Dr. Fernan had come in to our presentations and talked about an app that she's working on sending out. She's looking at a few different ones, right? I don't know where you are in the process.
For the carnival.
And so we talked to the SOC parent, said, I'm sure we have a lot of families in that situation who are closer to SOC and may need the support. So actually, I think targeting those parents as well when that app comes out, I think would be very helpful.
Yeah, we're waiting on the pricing for the third vendors of that right now, so we should have that very soon to be able to share out.
So, okay, because she's gonna say what I was gonna say. You say,
They, at SM high school level, they have a Facebook group that just shares carpooling, and it really works effective. So I don't even know if we need that.
Okay.
So it's a Facebook page that literally just says, like, we would say open middle school carpool, and they would arrange it on their own. They would each back out to each other. So it takes you out of it, or maybe that's the beginning.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Starting point. Yeah, we can set that.
I
up.
said
Yeah.
that on one of the Facebook pages, so I do monitor all of them, but to have one specific.
Just for
is
carpool.
Really a smart idea.
And our community outreach and communications person to be starting very soon, and can also be help to take that over and create
Should I send you a snapshot of what they say?
Yeah,
on
that would be awesome, because then I can share it out with her. She can maybe set up that Facebook page.
That's applicable for anybody, right? People who want to carpool with kids going to SOC or SV.
Yeah, so,
This
I
is
mean,
awesome.
that is any.
That's great.
And we don't just because they go to SOC, doesn't mean they
Yeah.
don't have to.
It's awesome.
No, I think that it will help, it helps the environment, it helps our traffic, it just, helps build the community.
Okay, awesome. Any other questions? Thank you. That's really great. Okay. Thank you guys for coming.
And Mr. Barley's actually going to tag on to the middle school update, because most of the updated middle school. We didn't get in a separate spot.
Okay.
Agenda, we just.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Mr. Barlow.
Lives and breathes.
Never full of data, never full. Okay.
Up.
The other up.
Down. What do you think?
Thank you.
You would never know whether you're speaking in the other.
All right. Good evening, everyone. So the Oakland Middle School is open. We're thrilled and we heard some great testimonials here earlier, and that was really special for me to hear. 20 classrooms, general and support function, staff spaces as well. New, you can see all the things that we did and more. There's this list. We just did a lot in a short period of time. You all know that. So proud of everyone who involved, who stepped up, the vendors who did some heroic things for me, just because we asked. Okay, and it was really phenomenal. I love to do something actually special. I love to be reaching out to vendors to thank them because they made it happen. It was really fun. You saw some of the pictures. I'll show some pictures too. We do have, as mentioned, the baseball field fencing will be removed. Installation of the blockers we talked about. Many clients in the classrooms, but they were not in the best shape, so we have a couple quotes we received on that. The actual copiers coming in that were approved earlier, so swapping those out. Right now, there's a temporary copier in the office right now, and then lots of odds and ends. So I'm hopeful that by the end of August, we'll be through kind of all of this, which would be great. Then just some photos. You all have seen the campus. It's just beautiful. I'm so pleased with how it's turned out. That one blacktop photo there, where the PE blacktop was, it is scheduled for September 7th to be blacktop, and it will be 2 basketball courts that'll be there and some other things. Numbers for the PE class. And then we have these great awards that Elwood has been enjoying, receiving. Those are in several places. They're painted on really all those school sites this summer. I love the artists that we hired at SV. It was actually hired by the SV Honor Society that some of the board members saw when we had the tour the other day. So we want to extend this to SOC as well. We did our pilot over at SV. So the world map, the US map, the entrance to Saddleback Valley, which is great. That's why I took some pictures the other day. We added sheds for storage that actually look built in and are the right colors and are not railroad containers anymore. So I'm thrilled about that. And then you see the opening of SB with their banner there. So really super. And then I wanted to thank people. There's so many people to thank. Not everyone is included, and I buy lunch for anybody who's not included. The maintenance and custodial staff, Alfonso Leon, has been phenomenal. He's really been working both campuses, the peak and the school all summer long. So he's an amazing contributor. Could not have opened the middle school without him. Andy Martinez is new to our team, and also Carlos. They just stepped up and did everything that was needed. Dave Investry has been here. He did as well. Oscar works at night. They all have done so much. Luis was on leave of absence this summer, so he came back on the 14th. So he missed all the fun. Okay, so tech staff, Jonathan, of course, he's a superstar in our tech department. He has been all over all campuses. He's been working, doing projects. Phenomenal. Thank you, Jonathan. You should look over here. Then Derek and Nelson in IT as well. Whenever I needed help, they would go where we needed. Teachers and all support staff, they were so kind when they got back to the middle school and things weren't quite right in their classrooms, and they walked into things that just weren't quite ready, but they all stepped up. They understood. I was announcing, your rooms are ready on Tuesday, your rooms are ready on Wednesday, yours are Thursday, and everybody just understood. There was so much grace shown, so I was thrilled about that. The office staff at all sites, whenever I call, it got to the point where whenever I call, they answer the phone. And that was so meaningful because we had to move very fast. And I appreciated everybody for doing that. Geraldine in the business office, was my right hand to get everything ordered. And I think she got so tired of purchasing. And then when I moved all of my work over to the campus about 3 weeks ago or whatever, I think she was glad to have a rest from the action. But she did the best job, and she also supported for the people welcome as well, Dr. Hendricks. So,
And Geraldine had also,
oh, yes,
recently, and I can say it because
you
I
can
just
say
cut
it.
it up, has recently been, because one of the biggest issues is reception.
Yeah.
She has been promoted to.
She's
She's been running. She's been running.
Good for her.
I mean,
She's
so
sleeping.
now we will have,
She's at home.
executive support. From somebody who is amazing.
She's phenomenal. Then finally, site administrator, so helpful, Carrie, you're here. Everybody, yeah, did their part, so I was thrilled about that. Dr. Kernan, you never get enough thanks, Dr. Henry, so thank you for kind of commiserating with me and listening to me when I'm involved every now and then, so thank you for that, and always being so supportive. Board of directors making this decision to open the school. It was a big stretch, I think, for the entire organization, but that's great leadership when we push ourselves and do something that actually, I'm not sure we all thought we could do, okay, to be honest, way back when. But it's during those times we need strong leadership, and we have it. So thank you as well. And then everyone else, as I said, who I didn't mention, everybody's been great. So thank you. And then finally, a couple other things for the other schools. I'd like to mention everyone, not just middle school. SB had some great murals we saw. SB Honor Society did some great purchases, so you'll see some new things when you go to campus that for the students to enjoy. So that's wonderful. We had beautification days at both campuses on the 5th and 12th, so that was happy attended. And then finally, some IT updates. Jonathan, he might put on there too. Network switches, battery backups, done a lot of work there. The network has been configured, it's currently up and running. You all know that we have 3G for our bandwidth, and then SOC bandwidth will be later this month, 2 days from tomorrow. Okay, and then product distribution. They've been so busy giving truckloads out. So it's been really well done. What questions?
So just for me to shut up and wait for your presentation.
Yeah.
Any other?
Very
comments
good.
or questions?
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, we go to curriculum and instructional.
Sure. Good evening, hi everyone. I have some good news I wanted to start with. I've been kind of jumping up in to share this news. So with everything else going on, we were contacted by Orange County Department of Education. They have some publications that go out every few weeks called OCDE Newsroom. They're sent to all administrators, all schools, anyone on the listserv. It's my goal to get the exact number so I can share with you how wide this is. It is super exciting. So they were doing an article on civic learning, and at OCDE, Rika Manos, she runs the social science initiatives for all of Orange County and has been working with us at OPA to get the Civic Learning Pathway Awards that I shared with you. So I've shared with you a few times about how many awards we received, our students received, I should say, and about some of the projects. Last time it was letter writing to the president. So they asked to do an article, they reached out, and they are highlighting our schools only. So in their next article, which is all about the county's work, in the beginning of the article on civic engagement activities, and then they're using Oxford Preparatory Academy as an example. The article should be published this week. I got to, Dr. Kernan and I got to review it this morning, and I was so very excited. There's the photo, one of the photos. Oh, it did come out today?
I forwarded it to the board already.
Yes, because I wrote a whole bunch for them to know what it is. I didn't know. I read it, but I didn't know everybody else read it. So then I changed my tone there. There is great article that came out today. So I've been very excited because civic learning is something that was aligned to our champion profile that we brought in. And it was in 2016, Oxford Preparatory Academy won the civic engagement, one of the honorary kind of mention awards, and it's still on our website. And the goal is to be at the top level of those awards again. So very exciting. Wanted to share that. So if you haven't seen the article, I didn't know we sent it out. All right. We had a wonderful week of welcome. So with our calendar, this all was very fortunate. With the change in our calendar so that we could end the school year earlier, we had some extra days of professional learning. Timing was perfect because all of our staff needed extra time to get into the new middle school, as well as there was a lot of changes and moves in our teacher classrooms here. So we had 7 wonderful days of professional learning. Our teachers had over 20 hours of paid preparation time to get their classrooms ready, to gather the curriculum they needed to make sure it made it from boxes to the right places. Some of that included on August 3rd, we had a new staff orientation. At that point, we had over 30 new staff members. I think at this point, I haven't looked at the list, but I think we're over 40 now that we've added instructional assistants and some other staffing, campus supervisors, things like that. So we're going to probably have a makeup new staff orientation, but we have had a check-in already, and we're trying to make sure that we're finding ways to support all of our new staff. And then on August 7th, we started in earnest the real week of welcome when everyone returned. So we started on the 7th with a welcome, a breakfast, some vision setting, announcements, really trying to set the culture and the tone for this year. Then we had nuts and bolts breakout sessions. We had them over 2 days to split the elementary and the middle school. And when it was an off school, they got to work on curriculum. And then also that's some of the time that they had to move into their rooms. Those sessions included operations from David, from fiscal, from HR, as well as student services with Ms. Lupra, and then myself for academics. And then on Thursday was our full day of professional learning. I made a list of all the staff members to thank them that presented. And we had, I think when you look at the different teams, it was about 20 different staff members. Some presented as teams. We had differentiated learning. Some of the, on my next few slides are some of the things that we were able to present. I know Mr. Ratine, who's sitting here, had 3 different presentations. So he presented thinking maps in our writing program, our new MTSS assessment plan, and, oh, don't tell me, small groups and intervention, right? Yeah, the thinking maps in the writing program. So we had quite a few staff members that got together. They have been highly trained to be able to do this. It's been wonderful. Friday was our meet professor, and then Monday our science led, and they had staff meetings and some professional learning with their own site to build their culture that way. Again, over 20 hours of paid preparation time. I know some of our staff, because the middle school was a little delayed, was wondering if they were going to make it, but I can tell you, going through the schools yesterday, the classrooms yesterday, it's come together, and the classrooms look fantastic, and the learning has been wonderful. So during my nuts and bolts, I was going to share a little bit. We set the stage by sharing some data slides and some studies that were out. So here was one that I've seen a few times in my assistant superintendent meetings, and really looking at the top skills that students were predicted to need in 2025. And when I look at that, I don't know if it reminds you all of anything, but it really looks like our champion profile about the skills. So we set the stage, we showed some other data on student engagement, on the use of technology, but really trying to keep our learning relevant. And then just talked about different initiatives for this year. So I thought instead of writing out a lot, I would just kind of show some of the things that we are continuing. So you've heard a lot about thinking maps, also our new writing program. We're in year 3, and we'll go one more year to year 4, and it's right from the beginning. So last year we we rolled out the narrative writing, and then this year will be expository and informative writing. Our staff are seeing such huge improvements in our student writing. They literally come up to me and are like, my students are writing this. It's a huge difference. I love that writing program. We're keeping the champion profile. Our goal this year is to make it real. We rolled it out last year. Now they're looking at different assignments, really asking how are those competencies reflected, and then going into the second year of our capstone project. Some other things that are a little bit newer is we had OPA leads last year. You saw the participants came to a board of directors meeting, and they were folks that were looking to, and in fact, both Deirdre and Brian were part of that, and they were trying to earn an administrative credential. This year we didn't have that need as much, so OPA leads is going to become a culture committee, and we really thought that that was something that was necessary. It actually came from a teacher who said to me in conversation at the end of the year, well, Stephanie, of course you're going to have a culture committee now that we have 3 schools. And it really kind of resonated with me, and using that kind of OPA leads to fill the needs that OPA has each year. So it has changed. This year it will be on culture. We'll meet once a month and look at our traditions and get input of the whole group. We're also, as we said, we have a new assessment plan, especially for the younger grades, to really target literacy. So I'm so excited. That was teacher driven and research based. We're including our small groups for intervention, and all students will receive small groups. So they can also use that for the acceleration, reteaching, the implementation of the science of reading, and then having our all of our academic grade levels working on a scope and sequence. And my goal is to have those publishable on our website. So it's by trimester for the elementaries or by quarter for the middle school of what parents can expect, which standards will be covered in each topic. It's our 3rd year refining. They're getting really close, but I want to make sure they're aligned across the board. And so that's been a big focus area as well, to make sure that those scope and sequences are real and are happening. First day of school, again, you've heard it. We had a great opening. We did give our teachers permission to go slow, get to know your students, relationship building out those routines. Here are all the things I saw. Some of our classes were building social contracts, which is in a way classroom norms that are set by the class, but it's a contract that the whole classroom buys into and agrees to. Relationship building, routine setting. I saw a lot of, I was here at SOC in the morning, I saw a lot of tours that our chancellors will take their students around. This morning at SV, our students were learning in-person chants and fight songs and getting all of those routines down. And then a lot of our PBIS expectations, which is the CHAMP at SOC, the 3Bs at SV, and RISE at the middle school. See some photos of that, but it really was a great day. I walked around to kids in the middle school. How's it going? How do you feel? And they were so happy. They really were happy to be there. And I made it to the middle school by the end of the day because I was at the other schools, and still by the end of the day, day 1, they were pretty happy. Even though it was pretty hot outside, so it was fantastic. And then finally, this is something you're going to see tonight. You may have wondered why. So it's the middle school LCAP federal addendum. So the LCAP and LCFF that we present to you is really unique to California. It is California's funding formula, but we also receive federal money. And so there's a federal addendum that everyone in California has to do with some kind of seemingly unrelated questions, I think, in order to receive federal funding, right? So they look at the LCAP as a whole and they say, well, we want to know more about this, and this, so you can apply for federal funding. And SOC and SV, they have their federal addendums for the LCAP, but because the middle school is new, we need to have that in place. And so that's why you'll be seeing that this evening. The template does target specific questions. We don't have input into the template or what we're answering. It really is just making sure for all California schools that were filling those gaps from the federal requirements to the state. That's all I have. Do you have any questions for me?
I would thank you first of all. So many amazing things happening. I fully support like grow your own programs and allow all the professional development and for opportunities that's not for bidding. My question is about artificial intelligence. Because as we know, it's becoming a hot topic in education. As you talked about writing improvements and things like that. I'm wondering what's our plan for like responsible use of this?
So that was actually in my nuts and bolts. When I said we set the stage on technology, that was a big question. And asking our teachers, like, how do you feel about this? Poor Amy had to hear my presentation 4 times, so she's not going to want me to share kind of what I was shared. But we did, so we talked about it, and the slide was more about changes. And we talked, and we asked, how do you feel? And how schools are often ready to jump into, we gotta shut this down, we can't use it, we can't use it. But really, we talked about, and I shared personally, like, I have been teaching before we had computers and the internet. Like, I'm older than Google to these young teachers, right? And that I remember being a teacher when we had Google, and people were saying we cannot have this in our schools because kids can get answers. And now we embrace it and we teach them how to use it. And so really the consensus of our teachers too were about AI. And even this morning, I do a weekly professional learning update of optional professional learning opportunities, as well as what our Fridays are gonna look like. And we have a training that's coming up that is available to our staff. It's 3 days from 3:30 to 4:30 virtually, so it won't cut, we won't need subs. That is called like embracing AI and the next steps to open up that conversation. So that's sent out today. But I am proud that the consensus here is that this is new technology. It will change the way we do what we do, and we can't block it or pretend that it doesn't exist because we will not be helping our students to do that. So good question. Yes.
Stephanie, I absolutely love your answer for that. I think it's important for us to figure out ways to embrace it. I do think as an organization, we do need to set a policy though, to really, have some guide rails.
So policy as well as even on our technology use agreement, that has been a conversation and it's in the works. There are there are a few districts that have already kind of grappled with that through some of my Orange County Department of Education meetings, we've already been talking about getting samples of how it looks in a board policy versus how it looks in the technology use agreement. So definitely looking at that.
And Jonathan and I and a couple of our teachers went to a big Q conference, which is the big statewide technology conference. That was a huge part of it because it's a new thing. And so also part of that Q community, there's a lot of people working on policies, and since it's so new, everybody's just kind of trying to come up with things and figuring out what's going to work and what's not going to work, because you can put a policy in place, but then if it doesn't have any teeth, or you can't actually make it work. So we're going to be doing a lot of work around that and making sure that we have the ability to allow our students to experience new technology, but do it in a productive, safe way.
Any other questions?
I did have a question for you. Wow, 40 new staff, that's incredible. I am so surprised at just the number of growth. But speaking of which is, we have such a great culture that is a part of it. How is there going to be ongoing? I know I love you talked about a culture committee, that's great. But beyond that, how are you going to make sure that these new teachers and all this new staff really get integrated in the overall way?
So a few things. I've had the trainers since we rolled out the maps, which is a group of teacher leaders. This year, when you approved the stipend schedule, you approved for us to have subject area coordinators in each grade block. So for TK through I have ELA social studies, and I have math science. And then 3 through 5, and then 6 through 8, and then I have a specialty, and then I have world languages. So and the gate coordinators, so all these people already have the leadership positions, right? We met on Monday afternoon, I can remember. We met Monday afternoon. They are called the instructional leadership team for OPA. So this group across both campuses are our instructional leadership team. And one of the components is that they are getting a list of all the new staff, and they're being actually assigned staff to check in on. But they're going to be cross-assigned. So let's say I'm a new 3rd grade teacher. I'm going to need to be checked in on at least twice by my English social studies subject area coordinator, my math science subject area coordinator. I might need extra training in thinking maps because it's an initiative here, but I didn't get that at my previous school, or I'm a new teacher. So then the thinking map trainers, we have this kind of schedule that I am putting together as soon as we get all our hiring set, but I've already started the list and kind of who their mentors are. First day of school, all of the instructional leadership team emailed them, challenged them. You know, this is informal. There is a formal structure that I just mentioned, but informally checking on these 2 teachers, make sure they're okay. We talked about, I share at our new staff meetings, it's called the Marigold story about urging teachers to surround themselves with positive influences that help them to grow in their profession. And so now my instructional leaders, I shared it with them, and they want to do a Marigold, we're being each other's marigolds. So it's kind of like a compassionate person who takes you in and helps you grow. So for my new teachers. So there are some structures that we're putting in place for that. Did also talk to the admin about making sure that they have monthly check-ins with their new staff. So we are taking it very seriously. We have this, I think it was a great new staff orientation. And then, but we kept hiring.
Were discussed in a lot of sort of the OPA way.
Yes.
Was really covered in our new staff training, not just for teachers, but for new staff, going over things like
Everyone. We
our
have
OPA
custodians
language
in
and
there.
university orientation and meet your professor and things like international day, all of those types of things we kind of inundate new staff with right off the bat in new staff orientation day. But then, like Stephanie said, having those mentors that kind of help them to plan for those different things and to make sure that they know about all of those different open traditions so that all of that is still going on. And so they start getting it on the very beginning and then they keep getting that support.
And also in the staff meet, the site meetings on this Monday, the day before school started. I know that SB did a big thing about sharing kind of those old OPA ways, the antecedents, so to speak, that have been kind of rewritten with the new staff. Like, here's how we do. And I went again. I've been in every classroom so far, and seeing this, even the new staff are teaching university chant. They're in good shape. But we will continue to have a process to check in on our staff.
Do you guys have like a subject matter expert for positions that are like, for me, Carrie Boland has been here a million years, right? She knows a lot of stuff. I've been really quite all the time. Yeah, we go way back. So like she would know what the traditions are, but I would hate for a new teacher to be trying to teach OPA traditions that don't like.
Well, that's why we have more veteran staff and our administrative staff that are able to make sure. And most of all of our mentor teachers have been here for a few years. And so they're able to explain all of those traditions to any new staff that are coming on board. So we don't have like a brand new staff member as a mentor to another brand new staff member.
So
People who've been here for a few years,
to be diluted.
who know.
So also, so we have, how are we bringing new staff along? But I think I'm also hearing from you, how are we honoring and keeping our traditions? So we have focus groups once a month, and we've had them since I've been here. And the focus groups are teams of teachers that take on kind of a passion areas. We have MTSS, PBIS, which is more behavior. We have safety, parent involvement, GATE, and open traditions and culture. So each group on each site, once a month on Friday, meet to talk about it and make sure things are being implemented, like the songs and all of those things. But as we grow, that's why we're gonna bring an organization-wide, so those are site level focus groups that we do have that help implement the traditions at the site. But there needs to be a bigger discussion about now that we're growing, what does that look like in the middle school? And I love protocols. So the first protocol, and I have our veterans are very excited to take on this group. And so having them like, let's talk about, let them give history, let them talk about what all of these traditions are and how important they are. And then the next steps, kind of look at how do we continue to implement or do some look a little different. But yeah, and a lot of interest, even though I haven't even put out the sign-in sheet yet, that's next week. Once they heard about it, I already have a list going, people who reached out.
And I'd love to hear more about that structure, because I do think with so many new people, it can get diluted very quickly. And the growth is great, but it's really making sure that when you have that large of a group, that they also kind of understand the organizational culture. It's very important.
We talk a lot about the cornerstone of OPA's charter. That was all part of my my kind of opening as well. You know, the multiple intelligences, the university things, like all of these things are kind of cornerstones that make us different, which is why we're so successful. And we talk about replication. So we are trying to replicate what we do in OPA in a new middle school, right? And replication, I'm learning about it from a colleague of mine that I work with that does some great work about, and he had a conversation with David, and I really made me think about how important it is moving forward to think about replication, because we're able to grow. No one out there is able to grow. We're able to grow because of the things that we do and the special, what makes OPA special. We can't let that go. Because that's why we're able to replicate. That's why we have such a long wait list. So we have that conversation quite often, and I'm excited for this culture committee to bring all of us together.
And that's, and like for me, I would say, go to the McDonald's, you know, and they replicate McDonald's in multiple cities, and you know exactly what you can get. So as we go to our middle school, I don't want to type our brands.
They're more like a product store, but we get points.
Yeah.
Yes. Hey, I
We
really
want to
like
embrace
that.
new technology and things like that while we continue to keep what makes us so special and successful.
I think Honor Society is probably another place that we can tap into. She can provide some training for the staff as well. What Honor Society traditionally supports the staff. I don't know. I just noticed a flyer from Honor Society that talks about, hey, what can we do? How do you get reimbursement from Honor Society and so on. I don't know how much of that is happening, but that's the new thing.
And I'd love to talk to you or someone, anyone, about how do we get our parents, because there's no understanding. And we have parents that Rick Lee Teal, they've either opted out of stream more, or we don't have to. So we have got to get that culture back where our parents are doing for the school, because that made it special. That's why I have a place, because I have parents just like me. And we have lost that. We don't, there's school lunch, just like, we have people stepping up and being like, I want to step in. So we have to figure that out.
Where does that typically sit on the neck? Who's responsible for getting Honor Society up?
I think, usually it is the school admin. We're a pretty close-knit organization. We're not a huge district that's very decentralized. So I think it's really, kind of all of us. I think you said it great, and I think kind of reaching out to people as well. But I think it's all of us reaching out and trying to
have lost whatever magic there was to bring these parents in here. So we have, I mean, I've been saying this for 3 years, I've been here. I mean, or however long, I think it's been multiple years. Well, I've been at this school for a very long time, and I can see where it was going. I mean, I think my very first days here, it was like, look, we gotta do this. We're seeing that that's in fruition, I feel like. And so we need to get it going, because it has to carry on. I mean, Paul saw on our graduation, he's like, who's gonna take over after all these parents are gone? Like, there's no.
Who's gonna get us the good governance?
You're never going to see.
But all jokes apart, I think for the middle school
I
honor
think
society, we should have a work group.
We do have some parents that are coming up. We have some parents that have come up and really supported.
We had
at our
standing room
elementary-
only at the coffee
At the
chat
coffee
first
chat
day.
at our elementary school, we have, we have, but in our elementary schools, we do have parents that are
Younger.
coming
coming up.
and are volunteering, and are doing honor society. We had, we have those younger parents that are coming in. I mean, both of our campus communication days were incredibly well attended. Everybody was helping out. Honor society has been on both campuses helping out. So I think it's a little unfair to say that it's gone away completely, because we do at our elementary,
You can't tell me.
at our elementary, but,
I mean,
Yeah, but I think, we should probably, we should have small group discussions on it. One thing that I would have to admit is that we talked about honor society for the middle school. Now, for every board meeting, I've asked the same question, and there seems to be no end goal, right? And then school has started already, and we know from the elementary school how much honor society does for the school. And if there's a campus that needs honor society, that's middle school, because everything is needed. And so, like, really, we're not saying you guys should take, we should say, what do we need to do as a group to get that honor society going? Because at the end of the day, if you don't have the infrastructure for it, they can't fund anything.
So we are having our yearly, we do about the science school, our parent volunteer meeting that has been virtual, because it has those schools where we really go over how you get cleared, parent ambassador program, like all of those different things. And we did talk about this year really having to bring in that middle school component and talk about honor society and the needs and get us more.
I would love to understand who is on the hook to get the honor society up and running. Is it the parents? They have to self
I mean,
do it,
honestly,
or we have to do it?
it is a
or-
parent group, but and so like nationally, it is a parent group that wants, but we're going to help support that. Absolutely, that's what it is. But
So let me ask you a clarifying question. So we have back to school night coming up. You know, we had the meet the professors already. What are we doing at that school function to promote parent involvement and to let them know in large masses that they're there? You know, I'm reading all the middle school emails. There's nothing in there saying we're looking for open middle school parents to step up. If you're not emailing the masses when it comes to parent engagement, they ain't gonna self-select. You know, you do have some that are tried and true that been around, but the reality is I think there's a lot of opportunity here, and we're not capitalizing on this new movement to really get our parent group going. You know, I went to the SM, meet the professors, and I went to the SB, and it was two very different vibes. You know, middle school, you got your schedule, you did your rotation, and you met your professors. The SB, it was meet your professors, here's our uniform sale, here's all this other extra stuff. For spirit wear, like, do we have SM spirit wear? You know, for us, no,
Middle school.
MS, sorry, I was doing the same thing with my daughter. Do we have MS, or is that what we're calling it? Middle school, we don't have middle school spirit wear. I love that, Mr.
We are working on middle school spirit.
Okay.
So we are getting middle school spirit wear set up.
Okay, but
Even
okay.
without honor society. But I think it is a great idea to add that to the next middle school email, kind of soliciting
may be parents out there who just don't know how to get involved.
And
So
there's
that's a
some
great
new-
idea. And some new parents who might be, they got into OPA and they might be excited, but just not know how to get involved. So I think that's a great idea.
We also haven't set any expectations. Exactly. We
Yeah,
have no
I don't know.
expectations of our parents.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
maybe this isn't the venue to debate about it. But there's some specific things. I don't know where that would come up, but things like, parents volunteering some amount of hours. And so coming and reading in the classroom, those kinds of things which, and there was a period of time when, there was an expectation, right? So every parent, to the extent that you could, you were coming in and reading the class. And the teacher had a list of, any 4 reams of paper, any big markers, any little backpack things that go in the back of the chair, any, like an Amazon wish list kind of thing that they posted, and parents would carve through that quickly. And so I don't know where, and it sounds like this culture committee that we're talking about would be a great place for topics like that to come up, so that it becomes the norm now. Because it was like a club. When you became an OPA parent, it was very much like you joined a club. And every other OPA parent, you would see them in the classrooms when there's 2 people volunteering every day, and those spots would fill up pretty quickly. And so the teachers didn't want for very much as far as, additional support in the classroom. So I think we've got the volunteer tools in place to be able to make all that happen. But I would love for there to be a landing pad for those kinds of things. So we can pick and choose what we want to make the norm, but it would be really nice to make it. I love that familial vibe. And it was the first school, and we've been in some other pretty good schools, but it was the first school that really felt like, wow, you are so connected there. You are so connected to that classroom. There's nothing going on in that classroom that you will feel like you absolutely know about. Kid, your performance of your students, all behavior, things that, anyway.
And I would say, it was really hot out there for me professors, but the middle school parents were listening, listening to your guys' presentation. They were waiting in very long lines to meet their professors. There is time right now to capitalize on that. Even with what Raymond's saying, with the needs, like there is middle school needs that you still need to do. We should be mobilizing the parents on the middle school to be doing that right now.
Here's what I'm saying, like, as far as use every communication channel we have, parents have, right? And then having run volunteer organizations in the past, I'm gonna take it upon myself, what I'm gonna do, is I message my parents in middle school, I'm gonna go talk to them personally, and a lot of times it's that personal touch, we all know that. So I think if we can each, make whatever commitment that we feel like we can do, and it's that word of mouth, asking, having those serious conversations, we need you as a leader. We need you as a volunteer, and here's what we need you to talk with in order to get the rest of the work done.
Yeah.
And people will sign up if it's in their wheelhouse, if they don't feel like they're being asked to do something that they know nothing about, and you really organize.
If they have that
Personal contact.
I think we need to assign somebody to go get this honor society. I think I have no doubts that if you assign somebody to say in X number of weeks or X number of months, we need this honor society established, right? I have no doubts that you guys will do that. But right now there is nobody on the hook to do it, right? Because we've been asking this question, because that is worrisome, that's the one. But actually more practically, we should be as an organization figuring out what typically honor society would do, whether it's basketball, painting, and we should be funding it we have money from our organization. So in the absence of honor society sponsoring televisions or I don't know what else we should do the project. We should do the project. But really, really you guys should tell us relatively quickly who's on the hook to get this honor society up and running, because OPA is incomplete without honor society. It is 100% incomplete without honor society.
But we'll need to work with the admin. So I'm happy to make sure that we are working with the administrators as their supervisor to get this honor side.
Because the answer has always been, we have parents, but no one wants to be an officer. But the problem is, you can't get honor society without an officer, because you gotta build the,
Yeah,
so it's like it's like you're cutting yourself on the knees, and this is the time when parents are willing to volunteer time, volunteer money. We're not raising money right now, right?
And it's part of our culture, it's in our charter, the importance of parent engagement, what separates us apart from it.
What I'm hearing across the board is the energy filling in behind this topic. And so, and I don't hear that very often. If we're gonna talk about furniture, I'm not saying furniture's unimportant, right? But I think when we get down to it, culture is really important. And what stimulated this conversation was we're talking about, we have, a culture committee, we meet once a month. And it sounds like, based on what I'm hearing, this is probably something that deserves, some concerted effort, a budget, some resources behind it, some accountabilities behind it, some deliverables, some reporting. I mean, we should probably, just based on the level of interest that I'm, feeling from the room here, this should ought to be maybe a line item on our board meeting agenda that every month we're hearing, what are we doing, what's the culture committee doing to make sure that we are becoming who we want. I mean, I don't want to like stand and deliver, or whatever those things are. Somebody has to be responsible for implementing that. It can't be a secondary or tertiary responsibility. I'm really on this, but my fifth level responsibility is to, do this culture memo every month. It needs to be more than that. I think to an extent, just to kind of give a counterpoint, staff has done that work for the 2 elementary schools last year. Where I remember we did this at the strength of the core, where we said, here are all the things we used to do before, and we're choosing to do these things as a dashboard that sits out there. So it feels like some of that is happening in the current campuses. It's just the middle school that we need to figure out how to get them to the same level that we are in schools. It's a different story of our parents all wearing teal shirts to school. I mean, like that was a different world out there. So maybe we can't get there right now, but to the extent that we have at the elementary schools, that passion we need to get. And I repeat myself, I have never seen honor society be this involved in any of the schools I've been. Right? Particularly, I have a kid in SOC, and honor society is very active. They are the first ones to say, we're going to raise money, we're going to give you this, and middle school is missing that big component. And we've all talked about this. I know it's difficult, but I feel like if you assign somebody to say, hey, you're on the hook, this needs to become something that you need to pursue, I guarantee you guys will do it. Because right now you have so many other things, there's no one person saying, I'm responsible.
So are you directing the staff to come back with a plan at the next meeting, Paul?
It looks like.
I just want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly.
So I guess unfair to talk about this without John here, we should talk about, but that's why I raised the question. And I asked, if you guys noticed, every single board meeting, I asked that same question. Because I think you guys would agree, right? I mean, David, you go to honor society. I mean, your ops update always has honor society in the campus. So, okay. Okay. Sorry, Sarah.
It's okay.
Keep you standing.
We opened yesterday. So we just remember that.
No.
It was,
I understand.
But we have a lot of work to do, and it's very, very important.
No, I understand. And again, please don't take this as us criticizing, right?
Yeah, no,
But the honor society topic, we've been discussing every single month since John has been giving us an update, right? So it is not something new. And again, please don't take this as criticism. It's more about concern. We need to get this going, because if you guys believe in local culture, you can ask any of the admins in SOC or SP. Honor society is a massive component of what we do. That's all.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Anything else? Okay, we'll go to fiscal update.
Clicker's on.
Like that, Stephanie, the 4-minute presentation and then 13 minutes of conversation.
I love it. It's all good.
Oh, 13 minutes.
Great.
Jonathan's gonna
Just-
do it. Jonathan's gonna do it.
Yeah.
Rosalind, just fine.
Okay, so we are going to jump right into the unaudited actuals for the 2022-23 elementary school, which was last school
year. Here on the slide here, we have SB. So the previous forecast was back in second interim, which seems like ages ago now. We projected a deficit of $151,000. We are now projecting to finish the year at a positive $766,000. For SB, all major categories had savings. In addition to additional revenue, which I mentioned before, was primarily due to the employee retention credit of the tax returns that we filed. So that's why you see that large increase in total revenue there. But we also had savings in salary and benefits, books and supplies, and services and other operating expenses across the board. So we are finishing the year at a very, very healthy operating income for Saddleback Valley. Looking at SOC, we previously forecasted a positive $405,000 operating income. Similar to Saddleback Valley, we had an increase of revenue of 1.5 million, almost 1.6, and that is primarily due to that employee retention credit return that we filed last year. We did have some savings in salary and benefits, but we did spend a little over in books and supplies of about $36,000, and we also overspent in our services and operating expenses of about $102,000. And that is primarily due to legal settlements that we had during the last year that you guys are aware of, as well as some increased special education contractors that we have to hire out. So although we see increases in the services and operating expenses, we had savings in the salary and benefits because we weren't able to hire those individuals to payroll. So we then shifted over to hiring them outside contracting agencies. So all in all, SOC is projecting a very healthy 1.9 million ending operating income for the 2022-23 school year. And I just would like to note that in your board packet, the actual unaudited documents are very similar to what they looked like before. However, this year is the first year that the state of California, that charter schools, are required to use the state software, California software, to report these unaudited actuals. So they're very similar, but it was just something new for all charter schools across the state. Just a new software system, logging in, just kind of navigating through that state software system. And we met with the finance committee on Monday, and we went over all of the other financial information in your packet. So, if there are any other questions from the other board members?
Yeah, I think for the broader community, when people look at Mr. Charles, they will say, why have you not spent $1.9 million in SOC or $700,000 in SD? Like really, it was a one-time grant that is pushing us up. So we are actually being responsible about spending the resources we get every year and investing back into our kids. I just want to make, I know what you guys know, but I want to make a point. Folks are looking at saying, why are you needing $1.7 million? That's because it was a one-time deal and we can't do programs. Anything else? Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll go for items of action. We'll go to racing against the clock for Christmas bedtime. So
I turned off the alarm.
okay, approve July check register. Recommend the board of directors approve action item A. Check register is listed here. Finance committee reviewed it as well. So I may have a motion to approve action item A.
I make a motion for action item A.
I'll second it. Any discussion? Any questions? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, we will approve the unaudited actuals, which Mr. Alvin just showed us. One is for the Saddleback Valley and another for the SOC campus. Education Code Section 42100B requires that each charter school shall approve in a format prescribed by the superintendent of public instruction an annual statement of all receipts and expenditures of the charter school for the preceding fiscal year. Shall file the statement with the entity that approved the charter school. It's recommended the board of directors approve action item B 1 and 2. Can I have a motion, please? Commissioner Smith, supported or seconded. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Good action item C, approve 2023-24 consolidated application for federal funding. We're doing this for all three campuses, middle school, Salvador County, as well as Orange County campus. Consolidated action on app is used for the California Department of Education CDE to distribute categorical funds for various federal programs to local education agencies throughout California. Each LEA must submit the spring release of the on app. The spring release documents participation in these programs and provides assurances that the LEA will comply with the legal requirement of each program. Program entitlements are determined by formulas contained in the laws that create the programs. It affects all our LCAP goals and actions. Funding source would be the federal private funding. Budget to financial impact 90,676 federal funding fully reflected in the 2023-24 budgets. Actually, a smaller number than I expected. We have a motion to approve action item C, 1 to 3. Thank you, Honorable. Seconded. Any discussion of this? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Action item D, approve the LCAP federal addendum for Oxford Academy School. This is what Dr. Henry's presented to us. The local control and accountability plan LCAP federal addendum is meant to supplement the LCAP to ensure that eligible areas of the opportunity to meet the local education agency LEA plan conditions of every student succeeds. The LCAP federal addendum template must be completed submitted to the California Department of Education to apply for ESSA funding. OPA middle school needs to document in place to receive the funding. Applies to all our LCAP goals. Recommend the board of directors approve action item G. Motion, please.
I make a motion for action item.
Thank you very much, Alice. Can I have a second? Second, thank you. Any discussions?
I just have a question about, they're gonna submit it, it's eligible to apply, and so then are we then triggering the next step?
No, we just have to have it on file that we have all of our paperwork in place. So we have those questions in place. We don't have to submit the addendum to them.
Yes, we do submit the, sorry, I was, working on the live stream. Yes, we do have to submit it, so we will, there's a place where we enter in, once you've approved it, we enter in each one of those little boxes that you see on the form. And then we will submit to the state, and then it gets submitted from the state to the federal government, well, the state says that we have completed that requirement. And then when we submit our consolidated application, which is the C, we just show that we have submitted that to the state and the date that it was submitted on, and then we're basically approved for the grant.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I go to action item E, approve the 2023-24 comprehensive school safety plan for open school. California Education Code Section 32281A requires every kindergarten to grade 12 school, public and public charter, including community and public schools, to develop and maintain a CSSP that is designed to address campus risk, prepare emergencies, prepare a safe, secure learning environment for students and school personnel. LCAP Goal Action 3, LCAP Goal 3, Action 8, funding source from LCFF, budget of financial impact 1500. It's recommended the board of directors approve action item E. Motion. Make a motion. Any questions or discussion? This is, I assume, similar to the elementary school that we just got.
Just like,
Yeah.
just like.
Yes.
I do have a question. It's section partial lockdown and security, second item C. Partial lockdown and security. So I was just reading, I didn't understand the second bullet, item C, physical education classes being held inside should move into a room and lock all doors. So these are like if we're in here, Okay.
Right.
And then the outside,
They move into the closest room.
whatever. I just want to make sure that we meant to say inside. And
Right.
that's-
Right.
Thank you.
It's the 1,500, what is that for?
It's for safety, any safety supplies we may need to put in place for the middle school.
So that's
that we
just-
already have in there.
Is that like emergency kits or?
Emergency kits, and then we have large, in case of a large incident, we have large safety kits that we keep in storage, that we're gonna order those from middle school. They already all have the red backpacks, and the emergency kits in the classrooms at middle school.
I have one more question about volunteers. So I noticed that do we have any training for volunteers if they were in a situation like what we, and listed here, we don't have any training with volunteers to know what to do. So I wonder if we should incorporate something that tells them when we train them,
Yes,
that this is
Yes.
what we're, the expectation.
yes, we will. We'll make sure that we add that in. That's.
I assume you have to follow the protocol of whichever group they are in. That's probably
They
the-
wouldn't know, but they wouldn't even know if they're volunteers.
I do have another question. Are we gonna be updating the two elementary school ones? Because I know in those ones, there are references like how the older kids will be helping the younger kids and all that stuff.
So we
Every
update it
year.
every year in February, and we do it then, at the end of February. So it's like a timeline that every school in California follows, so that we can get feedback and update them throughout the year, and then every year in February, that they get word.
So, but they're kind of outdated right now.
So we'll be updating them, now, and then you guys will, with our different school safety committees, and then you guys will work with it in February following that, the normal state timeline, but we'll be, updating them throughout the year.
Anything else? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Okay. By the way, I'm using the new program. but-
Oh, I do like that program.
I remember I have to approve job description for English learner program coordinator. As OPA grows, an English learner teacher on special assignment, TOSA, like that, will serve more in a coordinator role to support all three school sites. Coordinator will manage instructional assistance on all three school sites as they provide direct services to EL students. Additionally, the English learner program coordinator oversees all LPAC testing, attends speed development program meetings for English learners, and provides professional learning for all OPA teachers to differentiate the instruction. Recommend the board of directors approve action item F. Have a motion, please? Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. I'll second it. Any discussion on this? I don't get it, I just do it.
I heard silence on my second.
She was looking at the document, so she was actually doing.
But currently, there is no budget or financial impact. This is not a different
So
rate.
it's just a change to the job description for
There's no-
this one and then the next one, as we now have three schools, instead of just sort of being a teacher on special assignment, we had to kind of expand the job description to include, kind of broader.
Any other questions?
Sorry, I'm just looking at the org chart. So like the board coordinators, who they report to?
They would report to Dr. Henry.
Okay, because on here, it's a
Dotted line, because
So
they
it actually
also,
was all line and the other five should be dotted line, right? The chancellor.
yeah, so we can update that.
Otherwise, yeah, like they're reporting to like five people, solid line.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of report to a little bit on the site, so chances be their actual, supervisor would be Dr. Henry.
So it's a matrix recording.
We can make that.
In looking at this, one of my questions is that what is our ratio? Like in the sense for these types of positions for both this and the intervention coordinator, how many students are they managing?
So they are, I mean, they kind of oversee our EL coordinator. What else do we have this year?
Well, currently we have 120. for the all three schools. But we have a lot that we're testing, so we'll probably incorporate a lot more. We have a lot that are untested.
So what's the normal ratio for a program like this?
So I think the reason for the increase in the title is not necessarily the number of students, but
Okay.
more of coordinating staff.
Okay,
So it's more when she was at TOSA, a teacher on special assignment, working directly with the kids all the time. I will say she also took on leadership roles with LCAP testing, because that's a big responsibility. Testing and LCAP testing is, LCAP. I had LCAP on my LCAP testing, sorry, that is a large responsibility that as we grow into 3 schools, and we started to do this last year, it is more of a coordinator role of services on all 3 sites, because she's not directly managing services, although she does have kids that she works with, but they're staff, so it's more coordinating of program.
okay, so each of the staff members, so how many people are in the program? Yes. How many people are in the whole program? And then how many individual staff members, how many students? Yeah, caseload.
So,
I'm asking
like
for
she
the
said,
caseload.
about 150 right now.
Okay,
Testing may identify some more.
okay,
She has 3.
okay.
She has 3 instructional assistants, 1 at each site. But another component of this is professional learning for all of the tutors.
Okay,
Because we have an inclusion model,
okay,
all of our students are in regular classes.
Yeah.
And the teachers need to be trained on English learner strategies.
Yeah.
So you could almost say, and Deirdre does work with all teachers as well as her direct staff that do the direct services and supports the 150 students. Plus.
But it almost feels like, when you're asking, do we have enough ideas?
Yes,
We need more.
thank you. Yes,
So,
you're gonna
You
get her
you
going.
guys are
Thank you.
justifying your workload, they're asking, why don't we have?
Do you have enough support? That's what we're trying to get at. Thank you, Paul, for being ready to go.
Well, that's, I guess, right now, yes.
Very rarely are you going to say you're not doing enough work. So
Yes,
please,
exactly.
you don't have to justify your work. Because we know how much work you do.
We have a lot more littles, and when we have younger students come in, they are not identified. So once we identify them, our numbers will go up. I mean, we can take a look at that. I do have all of my IAs are working on their schedules now, sort of looking like, who do we have in what classrooms and what are their needs? We look at their levels, we look at, the teachers, we have lots of different students in different grade levels. We did change the schedule this year, so we have integrated into our this built-in schedule, we have small group time. And that's actually a time where we can go in and work with students. So thank goodness, I've been begging for that since I got here. And so a lot of these things have really taken place. So, I mean, am I looking to the future? For sure. I'm happy where we are right now. It just took me kind of out of the classroom. So, I mean, I love teaching. It's my jam. I love it. But this is like, I can serve more students doing this. So, to be decided, and we'll see how it goes.
I think that is what Delight was not asking. Why are you managing 3? You should only have 2. She's asking.
Yeah, and we did.
I think you guys do that pretty
include
often, yeah.
To the 3 with the different school sites, we did add that additional position so that the middle school would have managing.
The current numbers is 1 to 50, which we don't know if that's the right number or not. Like 1 IA or 50 students.
Right.
The question is, you guys will come back and tell us if we need more.
Well, and I think with what you're even talking about with the inclusion and testing earlier, are you like, I would just encourage you as you look towards next year, making sure that there's enough support for the teachers, all the teachers, as well as for this program, because it's remarkable what you've done. It really is. And I'd love to make sure that we continue to have that there to support. That's a big part.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. We'll, item number G, approved job description for an intervention coordinator
As OPA grows, our intervention specialists will need an intervention coordinator to serve in a leadership role and offer support to all three school sites. The coordinator will manage instructional assistance to provide direct services to students who qualify for intervention services. Additionally, the intervention coordinator will oversee an MTSS assessment plan that measures literacy and numeracy growth for students in grades kindergarten to fifth grade. The intervention coordinator will also attend MTSS and science and reading training sessions to support OPA teachers and students leading this initiative for OPA. It is recommended the board approve action item G. May I have a motion?
I approve action item G.
Or I make a motion.
Sorry.
Conversation's over.
Yeah.
Problem
Sorry,
solved.
I made a
Problem solved.
The MTSS, is that only for kindergarten to fifth grade? We don't.
No.
No, MTSS
is. MTSS services support, they include everybody. MTSS is OPA, it's our whole organization. Different domains, whether it be social emotional learning, PBIS, academic, and different tiers of, I never like to say a student is in a tier, but they may need tier 2 support in this area for this given time period, or tier 3 support.
And I think
It
your
should be
question
amended
is,
to.
well, no, I think your question is, they're creating a new assessment plan.
Just for the, that's
Oh,
what I
that's
mentioned.
our
We need
page.
to-
That's for what I think that's for.
Okay. Any other?
I'm gonna ask the same question that I'm satisfied with.
So this position is new.
Yes.
For our students and, Brian is new to the intervention.
Oh, you're doing it.
Assistant.
Oh, great job.
You're wondering why you're still.
I know.
So with the science and reading, that becomes almost like, it's a different way of teaching reading to all K2 students in our organization. So this position will help with that new literacy instruction, which if you think about it is intervention when you're teaching students how to read at different levels, right? And then we also have intervention specialists who serve each school. Right now, we do have an opening at the middle school, so we don't have that position yet. And usually these first few weeks, they are determining their caseload. So because they're we're giving the iReady baseline assessment this week, they also have their test scores. And then Deirdre is also looking at some of the students that are English learners for her caseloads. I would say, I'm trying to think what an average caseload would be for each school. How about Ms. Velez, like how many would you say you had last year for this?
Average, students are reassessed on every single trimester, or every 6 weeks, that we kind of move kids in and out of the program every 6 weeks. Her caseload was usually hovering around like 43 to 40.
The goal is we don't want our
But that
students to stay in intervention, is that every 6 weeks, if you're intervening on a skill, whether it be reading, whether it be numeracy, you're reteaching, and then the goal is that they're in intervention, they receive intervention, and then they're able to go back out without it. Some students may need a few cycles, but the goal is that you provide the intervention where they can access the core curriculum without it. So it is almost like a revolving door, but that's how it should be. We never want a student to go into intervention and just sit there, forever. So it'll fluctuate, but I would say each school would probably have about 40 students. That was
TK through 8 last year,
right.
so.
But as OC's a little bigger.
And then I think it'll be helpful to continue to look at whether or not there is more support with this, because I do think it's a differentiator for OPA, for sure.
One of the things that Brian asked me at our Monday meeting, which made me thrilled, is that, so Stephanie, is something that you would like for me to collect data across all three schools, numbers, how long students are in there, and so we have a comprehensive data piece. And I said, yes, please. So I'm super excited that we will start that. Collecting that data of number of students that are receiving intervention. They also do our student study team meetings with parents. So if there's any concern about a child, they run parent meetings. So there's other duties that also go with this as well. That's a heavy lift. I know at SV last year, just opening the school year, they had 50 student studies team parent meetings that they had, right? So, and then SV had or SOC had a drug year. So they'll help to help our intervention specialists to coordinate those meetings, provide some leadership.
Perfect. Wonderful. I've got a couple of questions.
Sure.
The item description, so it says our intervention specialist. I understand that. I don't see intervention specialists on org charts. Do they exist or will it be kind of?
They, sorry, I apologize. I was reading the org chart last night, so. So I will add them on.
And then the next sentence, the coordinator will manage instructional assistants. So are they managing instructional assistants and intervention specialists? Or
So it depends on right now, the plan, because of the sizes of the campus and the caseload, we don't have, and we left it with plural, we actually talked about it a little bit, because we want to leave it open. At this point, the plan for this year, because SOC is our biggest campus, is to have Brian will manage an instructional assistant to do direct services and push it into all the small groups, almost like Deirdre does. But at SB, the population is a little bit smaller this year, so we're going to look at those numbers and determine whether or not another instructional assistant is necessary as well. So right now at SB, they only have a specialist. We're hiring a specialist in our middle school, and then we would have the coordinator here with an IA so that we can kind of coordinate services. SOC as well as leadership across all.
So kind of to the like point, looking at what our needs are, but we want to keep that open to be able to add some intervention instructional assistance as needed.
Well, and I think one of my other questions is that I know we do a good job of like, when they're testing and those big drops down. I wish there was some like earlier warning, so it doesn't go from like, being in needing a specialist to not, but like some, and I don't know what it would be called, but some kind of like program to just like help them, that help make sure that their big mesh doesn't work.
We do, yeah, we start the year, in fact, it starts next Monday, to go over for our baseline assessment. Because the end of the year, so I'm a third grader, my assessment last year tested me on second grade standards, because I was in second grade, and now I'm in third grade. So they take a baseline to see where they are in ELA and mathematics with those concepts that are third grade standards. And so that's some data that Brian will, they also look at students that were in intervention before, and he starts kind of going through the list and assessing, looking at grades, really looking at that data to get those early on students.
Before you said both of these are updating existing positions. I thought you said this was a new one. After that was stated.
This is a new.
Sorry, this one is a new.
So then what's the financial? The financial impact, this position has the same financial impact as the intervention specialist. The job description, Brian's job description will just be altered from the intervention specialist. He's already an intervention specialist, so he's not having a financial impact.
That's what I feel like with the, so before with the org charts and seeing existing versus proposed outcome, like, so I don't let him read that every day, so like, yeah, that helps.
Go to here,
Right. Or you can hold your title today and your title tomorrow on a paper.
Okay, anything else?
What's the total number of staff?
We said 166, but I think we hired more people yesterday.
Well, I think if every position is filled, and we still have a couple of positions that are left to fill, it's 166. So, so that would be every position on the org chart, all the TBD technical in them, is 166.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
The minority approved this.
Item number 8, to ratify purchase of furniture for Oakland Middle School outdoor lunch table sheet. As part of the middle school expansion plan, OPA is completing the purchase of outdoor furniture for the site for student community use. The cost for lunch table furniture is $44,648.14. We paid from OPA's kitchen infrastructure training grant, which is awarded the amount of $108,000. School outfitters is the vendor for the furniture, and this is a piggyback contract previously approved by the board. LCAP will agree, action 10. Funding from the kitchen infrastructure training grant, budget the financial impact $44,648.14 for included current adopted funds. Recommend the board of directors approve action item H. Any questions?
I believe we kind of went over this in our board updates, but this is just a switch the funding source for the purchase of this.
Mr. Roy, could you, is there anything included for people to come in, like, to hire people to install? It's a lot of tables.
We did hire installers.
So you will be hiring for this one?
We already did.
It's already all.
Good, I just want to make sure, because I didn't see that in the invoice, but I assume you have somebody else who's going to.
We had
Please don't, please, you and Amy.
No,
can
it's
have
already,
the-
it's already put together.
It's already put together.
It's already out in the middle school. We saw pictures of it.
And you guys use somebody.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or any other questions? All those in favor? Aye. I see Mr.
Aye.
Yeah. Action item I, approve purchase of new irrigation pump for Opa Saddleback Valley and Opa Middle School field. The pump that runs the irrigation for the fields at Opa Saddleback Valley and Opa Middle School is not currently working properly and needs to be replaced. Saddleback Valley Unified School District obtained $18,023.50 for installation. LCAP for 3 action 4 funding social fund budget 18,020 and 22 cost to be split 50-50 between Opa Saddleback Valley and Opa Middle School, not reflected in the current budget. Recommend the board of directors approve action item I. Can I have a motion, please?
I make a motion for action item I.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Seconded. Any questions or discussion?
I would like to add one thing. So this may be an expenditure that will not have to make. We're doing a second opinion on the pump, and right now it's operating. So we work with several landscapers also at the so we're in this place right now today where we kind of determine it, but I asked them to still improve it so that we can be prepared. We can do this as the fields over at the school to ensure that we can turn that around.
So the idea is so the field will be green and the kids can play on it and all that good stuff, right?
Yeah, I want to know what.
Just in case it
action for
doesn't
this.
stay for.
Yeah, we don't want water in the field.
Yes, yes. Can I make a comment just for the public, is that if you're looking at this document, it says Aliso Elementary, that's Saddleback Valley.
That's
So,
the right one.
yes.
And I would encourage you guys to lean forward a little bit, just raise it if you feel, it's okay, it's 18,000, it's gonna avoid a lot of issues in the future. I would just take the head a lot better.
That is how we approach air conditioning too.
Good. Okay, any other questions? No?
Sorry, just. I found it before, but the 50% split, is that normal for anything like this, or is that particular for this item?
This actually is pretty much inside because the fields are 50% split. We have the.
So because it's not 3 schools and because Saddleback Valley and the middle school have pretty even enrollment, it's a 50-50 split. So normally if it's between all 3 schools, it'd be a 30-30-40. If it was between SOC and SB, it would be a 45-55. And then between SB and the middle school, it's a 50-50. All based on our enrollment in one of our sites.
It's 30-40-30, 40 for SOC, 30. And so if there's anything that belongs to that campus, every expense that belongs to that entire campus will be spent.
Doesn't actually matter who's using it most there, right? It's always going to be split the same.
We usually split it based on
on enrollment, for general facilities kind of thing. So because the field is being used both by the elementary and the middle school site, because the elementary has their part of the field and the middle school has their part of the field, it's just a 50-50.
We discussed that in finance committee last committee meeting, and that was sort of what we decided, look, unless there's a more sophisticated way to think about it, probably for this year we'll do that and then decide whether we to. But for now, I think that's not.
Well, that's why I was hoping it's gonna be relatively consistent,
Yeah.
unless something is
Correct.
obvious.
Yeah, unless
Correct.
it's very off,
That's
that's like
what we do.
consistent ratio based on our.
30, 40, 30, and then 50, 50.
SOC is just a bigger, has more students, and so their enrollment is bigger, so they're always going to, if it's split between all, they're always going to cost more. SOC is a more expensive school, but they get more money, so
Maybe
it's.
that's helping some of the students.
Maybe because it's a 40, it's a 40-30.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, whereas before it used to be 60-40 between SEC.
Yeah, that's why it's like that.
Okay, anything else? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Approve revised board policy 6173, education for homeless children. The board policy reflects the current OPA processes and procedures regarding education for homeless students and includes relevant education codes pertaining to education for homeless children. Second, the board of directors approve action item J. Have a motion? I'll second it. Any questions or discussion?
Yes, I have one. As a separate by legal.
This policy does come to us, through OCD and Gambit, having already been approved it. It is a mandated, yearly.
Okay. I know we talked about,
And we were gonna talk about it in governance, we just haven't had a chance to do that. in governance.
Yeah, I think that is partly our fault because we didn't give time. We talked and then tried to convene us multiple times. We were
But they would not.
We were unresponsive. That's pointed. Any other questions? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Board policy, I will approve board policy 0410, non-discrimination. The board policy reflects current OPA process procedures regarding non-discrimination, includes relevant education codes pertaining to non-discrimination. This policy was previously adopted on June 24, 2021. Second, the board of directors approved action item K. Have a motion, please.
Second.
Any discussion? Any questions?
Same
All those in favor?
here.
Okay. The 9 minutes past Trish's bedtime, but we will go to executive director.
So I'm gonna keep it really brief because it is the second day of school and I know everybody's retired. And hot. So, just a great start to the year. Since I've been here, I would say this, frankly, with opening 3 schools was the smoothest, best openings that we've had so far. So just amazing things happening in each classroom. I walked all of the classrooms at both campuses multiple times over the last 2 days, and it's just super happy, excited kids all the way from TK up to 8th grade. So everybody's just super pumped to be back at school. Also, just in case anyone didn't hear, we were awarded the parenting OC charter school. Again, our staff took a picture out in front of the school. That will be in the next edition of the parenting OC magazine. So exciting that we are a top charter school. I just want to really, again, like David said, thank everyone. We couldn't have had such an incredible start to the year without such amazing staff and families, and of course, all of our champions, all of our students. They really, just walking around, they made OPA what we are, and we just couldn't have done it without everyone. I know he didn't get a chance to thank himself because I guess that would be awkward, but I just want to really thank David for all of his amazing work on the middle school.
and on actually all of our schools, because he wasn't able to just focus on the middle school because we have had things going on at all 3 of our school sites, and he's been working weekends and late into the night and just constantly to make this opening happen. I think really without David, the middle school would not have been ready on the first day of school, and it was ready and looks great, and all the kids had everything that they needed, from lunches and breakfasts to much furniture to sit on. That was assembled. So I just want to definitely thank him because none of our school sites would have known. We do have we got an email from me lately and went over this with our staff. Kind of our focus this year is on honoring traditions, innovating for tomorrow, and building a legacy of excellence. And I think that sort of encompasses what this year we really want to work on as a staff and as just an open community with our new 3 schools, making sure that even though we are replicating and expanding, that we're building on the traditions that made us so great, but we're also, with our discussion about ChatGPT and things coming up in the future, we're still looking to continue to innovate. We don't want to stagnate. And of course, we're open, so we're always making sure that we just continue our legacy of excellence. And so I think, that kind of sums up the things that we're looking to make sure that we're doing this year. And I just can't wait to see what the year is going to bring. Other amazing things our champions and our whole of the community is going to continue to accomplish.
Thank you. Any comments? Okay. I remember that in director's report, I'll go this time. I had the pleasure of going to the ribbon cutting last week, and first of all, thank you to everybody. Each of you guys have played a critical part in doing, making this dream come true. I know several people have had this dream for a long time. We as a board started contemplating this 2 years back, almost feels like it, and it's been a journey. Right? And so each of you guys should be very, very proud of all the work you've done. It was actually very impressive to walk on the day to see all these things already up and running. Right? I do have to thank middle school teachers as well. Several of them were still setting up the classrooms with wires hanging and everything. And so funny that the ramps stood up. The entire ramp was complete except that last step. I have no idea why that was the case. I guess it's a grading thing, so they have to adjust it. So it is really impressive. I mean, we were walking, and Charles and I were walking, and you see these electrical wires and networking wires, and everyone didn't miss a beat. They're sort of like setting it up, and as Mr. Bali said, they showed a lot of grace, and it's obviously because you guys have trained them. So great job. And as we think about the other 2 campuses, they're looking pretty strict too, right? And so again, when I go back to our goal when we started middle school, one of the biggest concerns that was raised was, are we going to drop the ball on our existing strengthening core, which doesn't seem like that's happening. Right? So that's something that we have to be proud of, and grown as an organization, we need to scale up. There's more work to be done. Clearly, there's a lot of work that's being done very short. And so hopefully next summer you guys get some rest. But again, thank you again, everybody. And hopefully you'll be able to do something for some sort of appreciation for some of the staff and doing probably think about that. But really appreciate it.
I don't have too much to add. You said that very well, and I just want to reiterate the thanks. I know that the work that ton, and we're just really, really grateful for all of the hard work and meeting our deadlines, which was a promise that we did make. So where we were and all the challenges that we have so far, so just really grateful for the hard work that you've done and that place to start. Just such a
So I would like to echo the same thing. I know the summer was not easy for sure. And I think that, there's a lot of people behind the scenes. David, I love that you highlighted a lot of those people because a lot of times those people don't get the recognition that they deserve. So all those great names that you said, I would like to make sure that as a board we thank as well. And also to all the teachers, I think that, all the teachers changing locations, SB and, some teachers going from SB to SOC and even all the middle school teachers, I think it's so important for all the work that they're doing. And, what really was amazing to me is they all wanted to do it because they wanted to be there for kids. And they were doing it because they really want to make sure they were there for kids. And when we had the Meet Professor Day, the energy that all the teachers showed, even though it was extremely hot and how warm and abrasive they all were, you felt like you were a part of OPA, regardless of who you met. And I think that's very important. I'd also like to thank our president who did our speech for the ribbon cutting. Always well said. And lastly, I just really am excited as we have some growing pains to just make sure that we're continuing to focus on what makes OPA special and that we continue to remember that so we can grow that. That's what differentiates us.
It's been a long day.
I'll just quickly add to the list of thank yous. I want to acknowledge the students that were with us tonight, student presidents, and I'm grateful to the fall to have that little break in the summer. And then I also just wanted to share, I was able to attend City of Lake Forest, Councilmember Daniel at a town hall where we were invited to talk with the community about the new middle school and our commitment as an educational provider in the neighborhood of Lake Forest to be the neighbors. So I want to encourage our families to continue to be the neighbors that we have proven to be in the past, and wherever we can step it up and amp up further, considering what it's like to be in their shoes, neighboring a commuter school, right? With lots of traffic. So thank everybody for their commitment to that as well. And then, yeah, love being a part of everything going on, and a great appreciation for everything being so flexible and adaptable, and all those above.
Consider it.
The delight approves.
The delight approves and for Jenny, I will go over item number 12. Community input on non-agenda items, public comment on items not listed on the agenda that are within the legal period for records. Public comments and email comments are limited to 3 minutes per comment, or up to 20 minutes per public. Do we have any community input on non-agenda items? Okay.
Make a motion.
Then we'll go into item number 15, adjournment. It's recommended that the Board of Directors adjourn the regular meeting of the Oxford Public Academy Board of Directors on August 16, 2022. Have a motion, please?
I make a motion.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
And we adjourn the meeting at 9:21. Thank you, everyone.